Καλησπέρα σας και ευχαριστούμε θερμά για...
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here today.
We are very pleased that you joined us, so many, today for this final session of the U.S. Hellenic Seminar that we started last year. It was an initiative of the Institute of International Relations with the U.S. Embassy to discuss transatlantic relations in a very comprehensive way, I would say. And we are glad positively to this seminar, which ran for more than 7 months now. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you for being here today. Thank you to all the participants that have been very numerous since the beginning of the seminar in 2022 until May 2023. It was a seminar that was designed under the care of Mrs. Kopa, who is present here today, and Mr. Papakostadis, who I do hope will be with us very soon. I came to this last year, and we worked for the workshop to start, and all the professors of Pantheon University for political studies were present, but I have to underline that our students were present, and there was a series of discussions with vivid dialogue, with inter-academic dialogue, and we were very happy to lay the foundation as a research topic. We have to see how we can have a win-win situation for both sides, so that our relation is based on honesty, a relation which can be further developed, and there is reference is made to a relation which is not to be competed with by any other country in the area, and which lays the foundation for a very good relation, collaboration in the area. And my friend and Professor Haralambos Papasotiriou is in this panel, and he's the deacon of Hellenic U.S. relations in the Pantheon University, and he will tell us why the Pantheon University emphasizes the discussion on the cultivation of the relationship between the U.S. and Greece and the transatlantic dialogue.
The reason for those seminars was 70 years since the Greek adhesion in NATO, and the Western orientation of our country has been given and stable since then, and even reinforced. Our adhesion in the EU has never been put into question either. In the last years, we have seen a remarkable improvement in our relationship with the US. The only other moment we could entertain such good relations could have been was 1952. After 1952, the moment of Greece's adhesion, I cannot think of any other time period during which Greece entertained so good relationships with the US. The relationship is good. This is very important to have in mind. With a large consensus, both in Greece and in the US. And it is important to stress this out. Because we have had various different governments in Greece, Nea Demokratia, Syriza, PASOK, of all political colors. Despite this fact, the foreign policy has been stable. The same thing applies for the US. Whether it was Obama, Trump, or whoever in office. So the foundations are strong, leading to sort of constantly improving relationship. There are various important landmarks in this. The first one has to do with the improvement of the Greek relationship with Israel. So we see that Greece and the US are converging progressively. Another important turning point has been the financial crisis. I believe it would be correct to say that we're still in the euro, and this is due to the will of the Obama government. It could have been otherwise if the Obama administration didn't react accordingly. Regarding the Western Balkans, that have known and were close to instability and war in 2017, our country has played an important role with the Preface Agreement in order not to let the Western Balkans head towards instability and problems as it was the case in the 90s. In the Eastern Mediterranean, there are wars, instability, the cases of Syria, Lebanon, etc. But there is also the positive side in the Eastern Mediterranean, having to do with the relationship that have been cultivated between Greece, Cyprus and Israel, Greece, Cyprus and Egypt, allowing to make use of the oil resources in the framework of those partnerships. And I would even go as far as to say that it is a pity that Turkey cannot participate in this. That this case was self-excluded because it identified itself with Hamas and the Islamic Brotherhood. So you have problems with Israel, which means that it is identified with a very short-lived governance of the Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt that was overthrown nonetheless. So it cannot participate in this partnership in the Eastern Mediterranean. And Turkey has also problems with all the Arabic world. It is also with Qatar that Turkey entertains positive relationships in terms of the policy regarding the Brotherhood. This is not the only reason why Turkey has become problematic. Its aggressions towards Iraq and Kurds have been the critical ally regarding the ISIS in the ISIS war, in the war against ISIS. So we see that Turkey has been isolated on her own by other countries in the Eastern Mediterranean, and also psychologically. I'm not talking about institutionally, at the institutional level only, but also from a psychological point of view. And thus Greece became more important from the point of view of Washington. The importance of Greece is even bigger after the war in Ukraine. We see that Turkey does not apply the have been imposed, and not only their violation, because we see increased inputs in Turkey of products which are needed by Russia. And this means that probably the sanctions are being violated. Given that you cannot reinforce with war products Ukraine through because of the presence of the Russian fleet, Alexandroupolis is very important for that same purpose. I mean, besides the energy flows that go through Alexandroupolis, this has also to do with the flows of products in Ukraine. So this all has contributed in the creation of an unusually positive relationship between Greece and the United States. A relationship that has very precise consequences for our country, such as the fact that thanks to the US and secondly thanks to France, Greece has air force supremacy vis-à-vis Turkey. This supremacy is safeguarded and locked until 2028. So we have new data, a new situation on the table. From the point of view of the US and also from the point of view of Athens, we see that this relationship is unusually strong and important. So, we may look upon a close partnership in the long run. We hope that Turkey shall change its position. We do not want a Turkey being problematic. The last thing we want to see is to see Turkey leaving NATO. So we hope that this problematic behavior showcased by Turkey, particularly last year, this behavior was closely linked to the pre-electoral needs, and we hope that now the elections are over and now that Erdogan has been re-elected, we hope there shall be a change in the course of this country so that relationship may be again normalized. It's not beneficial neither for the United States nor for Greece to have a Turkey that is distancing itself psychologically from the West. Institutionally, it's still a member of NATO, but this country is hoping to further improve its relationship with the BRICS, China, Russia. This is something we would like to change, and we hope this shall be the case now that the elections are over and there's no need anymore for President Erdogan to add tensions sentimentally by adopting an anti-Occidental and anti-Western rhetoric against Israel, against Europe. We hope that more logic shall prevail, that Turkish foreign policy is going to be based on these plans. So these are the things we shall examine today. This is the most important seminar of this circle, having to do with the celebration of the 70 years since Greece has entered in NATO. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ και εγώ,
Thank you,
κύριο
Haris. We are awaiting the ambassador of the United States. He will be arriving at any moment. So please bear with us for a few minutes. If you have any questions, then you could, of course, put it now. Is there any comment or observation? If not, then let us wait until Mr. Tsounis arrives.
τον κύριο Χατζηδάκη. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Mr. Apostolakis has also arrived and he will be in another panel later on.
Έχω ένα μικρόφωνο, παρακαλώ.
We have a microphone. May we have it for the gentleman that wants to take the floor?
Thank you for organizing this event. At the moment, about to start in Oslo. So our perception of the alliance and NATO is totally focused on NATO solidarity, and I have to respectfully disagree with what has been brought up with the previous speaker, because both Turkey's role and Greece's role is indispensable for the alliance, and to tackle the challenges ahead, we need a stronger solidarity for the challenges ahead, and especially if we remember that both Turkey and Greece has joined the alliance on the same date. I believe this is important. Thank you.
With your permission, we will continue our discussion after the ambassador's intervention. Thank you very much. Αγαπητέ κύριε Πρέσβη, χαιρόμαστε.
Ambassador, we are very glad to have you with us today. We are happy because we inaugurated this workshop with support of the U.S. Embassy in Athens. And I have to say that my first initial feelings were a bit concerning as to the success of the workshop, because we have a long tradition in our universities that NATO and the EU belong to the same syndicate. So when we started this workshop, we didn't expect that for 7 to 8 months, every Wednesday, around 100 students would be here to debate with passion about the NATO-US Hellenic relations. So I think that we have entered a new era, and after this workshop has been held by the Pantheon University, which has a long tradition in these studies, and your presence here today demonstrates the very good relationship between our institute and yourselves, and we think that the dialogue about U.S. Hellenic relations can be enhanced further on at university level. And thank you very much for being here with us. And Mr. Arvanitopoulos will be moderating the discussion. And thank you to all of you for being here today.
Let me say that it's a distinct honor and a privilege to host Ambassador Tsounis at the Institute of International Relations and Pantheon University. As you all know, Ambassador Tsounis is the son of a Greek-American family, a proud Greek-American, coming from Platanos, Orhini Navpaktia, right? A beautiful village in Orhini Navpaktia. And I won't take up your time or his time by going over his lengthy resume. I'll just note that he has a BA from NYU and a law degree from St. John's University. And he had an illustrious career, both as an attorney and also as a businessman. He's been the archon of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, and he's been bestowed numerous awards. So with no further ado, we're again very happy and delighted to have you here. Please, Mr. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Είναι μια
Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great honor to be with you here today. I will now switch to English. I try to speak in Greek more because I think this is more effective. And my mother says that I speak like a village person, a Greek village person. And I wonder where I learned this village Greek because I didn't grow up in Akali. My parents come from a small village on the mountain. They didn't have any electricity, they didn't have any water, and the toilet was behind their huts. So this is the story of my family. I'm proud of it. I do not forget my roots. Different friends of mine we have been friends with the people that I have known in that village for 45 years now, and I'm particularly proud to have grown in a Hellenic American family, and they taught me, they gave me the opportunity to come to our homeland, Greece, every summer, and to the village where my grandmother and grandfather lived. And I know what being a Greek is, what the ethos of a Greek person is. And this has helped me a lot in my career. And speaking about flourish, about stress, about what stress is, what the stress of a non-diplomat is, and I have witnessed that.
And I want to be precise here. First of all, thank you for having what is an incredibly seminal discussion. Evan,
Vangelis, how are you? A very good friend and very intelligent. Students, do not let him get out of here without asking him about these issues. In
this space.
There are a lot of friends of mine in here.
We understand the past, and historically, NATO has been a linchpin of Greece's foreign policy. I believe it's still a linchpin. I believe that Greece's future and Greece's security is transatlantic. It, I think, benefits and will continue to benefit from a very, very strong relationship with the United States, with the EU, and with NATO. I'm sorry, No one has done well or benefited from being on the side of Russia. No one. And if you want a historical dialogue here, I'm happy to give it to you. But if you go back to 1947 in the Marshall Plan and back in the Truman Doctrine, President Truman spoke about the absolute need to prevent the founding nation of democracy from falling into the Soviet orbit. And the Marshall Plan between 1947 and 1953 was about $13 billion to Europe for the reconstruction of Europe. Of that, Greece got $2.2 billion to reconstruct Europe. Now, I know the circumstances there because my parents lived through that period. My parents knew what it was to live under a fascist regime, and they knew what it was to live in this country during the Civil War. But let's look at how Russia and the United States acted towards Greece. $2.2 billion between 1947 and 1953 was 3 times the size of the Greek economy. 70% of the agricultural capacity of Greece gone, 80% of the industrial capacity of Greece gone, 10% of the population died, and overwhelmingly they died of starvation. Οι Ρώσοι ήρθαν με όπλα.
Russians came with weapons to make Greece another country.
Russia, you are an enemy or you are a vassal. You can have a true relationship with the United States if there is a high level of cooperation. The key to this is how do we move forward together? How do we cooperate together to advance our shared goals? Και να σου πω κάτι, you want to go back to 1967, 1974? Η Αμερική έχει κάνει λάθος. Έχει λάθη. We should admit it. It was Sophocles who spoke about the harm is not in the mistake. The harm is not arresting the evil when we know that's a mistake. So this has not been a perfect relationship. But we are not living in the past 50, 55 years ago. We are here today, and for the last 4 prime ministers, including the one my friend works for, then Prime Minister Tsipras, and the last 3 presidents, you have seen an ascension in the importance and the geostrategic importance of the U.S.-Greek relationship. Now, why has that happened? Well, NATO's a big component of it. NATO has been the guarantor of security here. The United States has been too. China has no less than disputes, land disputes, with 6 neighbors. But the fact that the United States spends $860 billion a year on their military, it has always had the capability and the willingness to preach stability and make sure that nations stay out of conflict. That's incredibly important. You may not see it day to day. You might not even realize it. But the ability of the United States to step in quietly and behind the scenes to stabilize matters, and there have been at times when it's been done here in Greece. I can point to 1996 with IMIA. It's an important factor. Article 5 in NATO is very important. And I would argue that it is the cornerstone, the linchpin of Greece's security. But the relationship that Greece and the United States has is based on the fact that Greece is capable. Greece acts with values. They've been called the pillar. Greece is the essential NATO ally in the region. Now, why do I say essential? Why do I say that the United States needs Greece as much as Greece needs the United States? Look at the neighborhood here, the Balkans, Turkey, the Aegean, the East Med, North Africa, the Middle East. There are a lot of challenges here. And the United States cannot do it alone. We need dependable and capable partners to help us solve regional problems. And who would the United States turn to, as I ask rhetorically? There's not a lot of liberal democracies in the region. But with Greece, the United States has a partner that they can trust, that acts with values and capability. They are essential. And that's why it's geostrategic. Nation is built upon were formed right here in Athens, not far from here. It is Greece's gift to the world that these democratic values, but it's much more than just democracy. It's much more than the freedoms that democracy has given us. The right to live free of fear, the right to vote, self-determination. It also speaks to look at what else it brings us. This is a nation that any day, if you go to Symptoma, we have a lively demonstration, a lively debate. We do it on college campuses. There are no demonstration, a lively debate. We do it on college campuses. There are no repercussions. It's a lively press. Believe me, you see some of the things they wrote about me. But this is what a democracy does. It affords people a better life, more opportunities, more freedoms. Now, there's a backsliding of democracy for 16 consecutive years. And I would argue that Greece and the United States, as the founding nation of democracy and as a leading nation of democracy, we have a sacred obligation to protect it. The Chinese president has said it's an outdated mode of government, that it requires consensus. I have to tell you, he's dead wrong. Democracy has been around for thousands of years, and people of goodwill and character, of ethos, will die protecting it. They always have. Now, my parents told me in 1821, Greeks stood up and they rose up because they said, a day on our feet, self-determinations. Greece will never give that up. The United States will never give it up. And we have to be that beacon for the rest of the world in places where the Hellenic Republic realized in 1821. I want to open up to a series of questions, if you'd like. But fundamentally, geostrategically important. For some reason, the Europeans felt that maybe they should, and Greece is the nation that is getting Russia and Gazprom off of Europe's neck. Greece is becoming and will become the energy supplier of Southeast Europe. That's important. It is becoming the military logistics supplier. The United States is in 8 Greek bases. We're putting hundreds of millions of dollars into these bases. We're lifting the capacity of the Greek armed forces. Yesterday, for the entire day, the CIA director was here and meeting with people with the Greek agencies. There's capacity building. There's cooperation, because Greece is relevant and important, and we realize that. And most importantly, Greece is predictable and it acts with values. It can be counted on to do the right thing. It has ethos. It has philotimo. into. They are the energy logistics savior. 1/3 of Bulgaria's energy came from Greece. Now they're doing the same thing with Moldova. And you will see as Greece interconnects and is the energy supplier, is the economic logistics supplier. Igoumitsa, Thessaloniki, Kavala, and Alexandroupoli will be filled with warehouses, intermodal capabilities, containers, grain silos. This will enhance its economy, but enhances its role in Europe. So I will say this once again. Greece's security and Greece's prosperity is, in my opinion, tied to a rock-solid relationship with the United States, with NATO, and with EU. So I thank you very much for an opportunity to speak with you, and I would welcome the opportunity to take a couple of questions, please.
We have time for a couple of questions. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those introductory remarks on the state of Greek America, on Greece's importance geostrategic importance for NATO, and also the challenges facing the liberal order by autocrats around the world. And as the Ambassador said, we have time for a couple of questions, so anyone? Yes, please.
Mr. Ambassador, until 2 years ago, America seemed to move away from Europe as far as NATO is concerned. The situation changed because of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and that triggered a change of attitude. Greece is very far away from the United States, and Russia, which is still a superpower, it's just next door to us. This and the possibility of the United States to move again away from NATO creates a worry in our people here. And I would like your comment on that.
Ρωτάς τα εύκολα. I'm not going to comment on any possible election. I think the war in Ukraine has showed us three things. The first of which is the role of the United States is absolutely necessary. And the United States has to be involved. Has to be involved. So I think that is a lesson that we have to understand. I think that years ago, as there have been pivots to the Middle East and pivots to Asia, our eye was taken off the ball. And it allowed Mr. Putin to sprout up. That has to be acknowledged, as we need to be truthful. The second lesson learned is that Europe did not act when he went into Georgia and he went into Crimea. And that was a lack of leadership. And I won't comment on where I think the blame lays, but you cannot have a handful of countries that meet their obligations under the Wales Pledge. The Wales Pledge is 2% of your GDP to your military and 20% to weapon systems. Now Greece is about 4% and 40%. They meet their Wales Pledge. They do contribute to NATO. And now they contribute to NATO. The military exercises that Greece is engaged in is vast. And their role as a convening nation, I don't know if people fully understand this, as a convening nation on military exercises is to be respected. They are respected globally for this. Long before the Abraham Accords It was Greece that brought the Emiratis and the Israelis together. Greece has been the convening nations in military exercises, and they've played a great role there, as Greece is respected not only in Europe, but in the Middle East, and that is important. We'll get to you in a second. So, lesson number one, the United States is relevant and has to stay involved. Number two, the Europeans have to start spending money. You cannot have the fourth largest economy in the world in Germany and they don't spend anything. I mean, really? This is leadership? This is leadership? So Europe has to also take responsibility for their security. Greece does so. The United States does so. But the rest of the European countries, who I think have woken up, need to do so. The problem we have is, I always say that the German defense minister is the most frustrated person in the world. He has $100 billion to spend and nowhere to spend it. Well, we need to build up the military-industrial complex that exists. Now, I'm going to push back very heavily that Russia is a superpower. They are not. Russia is a disaster. New York City has a larger economy than Russia. Life expectancy is 59 years old in men and dropping. They were losing 1 million people a year before the war. They lost 1 million people that just fled out of Russia. The sanctions are crippling them and destroying the middle class. They have lost 250,000 people to death and injury in slightly over a year. They're losing territory. Their military is a joke. It's a joke. They're not trained. They're emptying jails out to send these poor kids to certain death. But Mr. Putin doesn't care. The United States tried everything to avoid this war. Everything. We sat down with Mr. Putin for months and tried to avoid it. We offered him, with our allies, 2 face-saving off-ramps to avoid it. But Mr. Putin never felt that Ukraine was an independent country. He felt it was part of Russia. And he was going to go into this war no matter what we did. This was the problem. But his military has proven to be feckless. It's stunning to me how feckless. He is a one-hit wonder with his economy. He exports energy. That's not going to be forever. Just to give you some numbers, Greece spends about $100 billion a year in their budget. It's a nation of 10 million people. Russia spends about $360 billion a year, and it's a nation of about 140 million people. So it's 4 times the size of the population, and it's about 3.5 times what the annual budget is. The United States spends $6.3 trillion. We spend 20 times what they do. They are not a superpower in anything. They cannot do anything high-tech. There's such a need for computer chips and semiconductor chips in Russia because they can't manufacture anything, that they're buying dishwashers, removing the chip and throwing away the dishwasher. It is not a power. China is a different story, but it is not a power. And candidly, that is the problem. We should fear a weak Russia more than a strong Russia, because a weak Russia could be a destabilized Russia. So we have to figure out what this off-ramp is, but we have to continue to support the Ukrainian people for 2 reasons. Because it is part of our ethos to make sure that every single Ukrainian goes back to a nation that is whole, that is safe, and that is Ukrainian. Because that's a fundamental principle. And the second is that the more we support Ukraine, and the more territory they take back, and the more victories, it's a message to every single autocrat that invasion of sovereign countries will not be allowed in 2023. It will not be allowed. And I think that's a very important message to send to a group of people around the world. But just as importantly, as hopefully one day we will sit down and try to solve this, that reasonable men and women will sit down to try to end this war, that we give President Zelensky as much leverage as we can to rid this from his country. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
And να σου πω κάτι, η Αμερική στέκεται με την Ελλάδα, full stop.
Time for one more.
The US is with Greece. Full stop.
Secretaries, I work for the Hellenic Parliament on Foreign Affairs and Defense Procurement.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. I just had a quick question. NATO recently published its new defense doctrine, its new strategic doctrine, and it mentions, among other things, that we're going to be, as an alliance, we're going to be pivoting to defending the rules-based international order in the Asia-Pacific region. What does, in the view of the United States, what does that in practical terms, and how would we go forward as an alliance, again, in the United States view, achieving that objective? Thank you.
Well, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense as the world has changed. You know, World War II was fought in Europe, mostly fought in Europe. I haven't forgotten what the Japanese have done. But NATO was established there. As Japan very, very quickly, you know, became an ally, it was Russia that established the Warsaw Pact. And, you know, there was a need to be a counterpoint there. But the world is increasingly globalized. So let me tell you the benefits. It's a recognition that the theaters are expanded and much larger. But let me tell you what it brings in. The third largest economy in the world, the Japanese, who are also spending an additional $100 billion on their military, and it's fierce. The fifth largest economy in the world, India, which is a good friend to Greece. And they are spending a tremendous amount of money on their military as well. In addition to South Korea, in addition to Australia, which are the 12th and maybe 15th, 16th largest economies in the world. So these nations bring a technological heft, cyber capabilities, protecting democracy, as we're going to do so together. This was not a war where everyone contributed soldiers, but it was a conflict where we contributed intelligence, tanks, lethal aid, HIMARS, missile defense, 155s, Leopard tanks, Bradley tanks. So to be able to have these four nations in an alliance with the capability of delivering all of this, if necessary, I think is a great benefit to the alliance and a great benefit to the protection of democracy and a great benefit to the rules-based international order. Now, I ask you to look at Japan, Australia, South Korea, Greece. Does anyone think that any of these nations act in a belligerent manner, that they seek conflict with anyone? These nations are respectful of neighbors. These nations work towards peace. They work towards peaceful coexistence. But they are strong. And it is in that strength and in that collective strength comes collective security. So having very strong partners in an alliance protects us all. And it is, in my opinion, a very strong deterrence that will keep us safe. Bullies and autocrats go after nations that they believe are weak, not nations that they believe are strong. They go after nations that they believe that no one will come to their rescue, not nations that are part of an alliance, that have security partners where we're all in this together, because the stakes are high. The last thing I'll say about the matter is none of us want this. We are bleeding out Russia, and we're diminishing their ability to do harm. They have a very real problem right now in that they either have to fulfill their military contracts to other nations or resupply their own military. As they have said to their generals, we're going to be in Kiev in 5 days and we're going to give out medals. It hasn't quite worked out for him. He's destroyed his reputation in the world. He's destroyed his economy. And I think people have learned a very valuable lesson, two of them. Autocrats have learned that this is not worth it, and we perhaps should not engage in this because the world is going to stand up. But we also learned that it takes leadership and cooperation, and that we are safer if we all cooperate together. Greece has been a steadfast ally of not just Ukraine, but the alliance, but democratic values. And it wasn't easy for them. They had rampant inflation that was caused last year. Electricity prices skyrocketed. And through all of this, they emerge, their heads held high, they acted with principle, and a dynamic economy going forward. So my final point is, I'm so glad that you're studying NATO, because I truly believe that Greece's collective security, its future, is its relationship with the United States. And I hope in the 13 months that I've been here, I've demonstrated to you that in anything that I try to do it within the construct of respect. I'm not here to tell the Greek people what to do. I'm here as a respectful partner to say, we stand with you, we wish to cooperate with you, and we wish to solve problems together. But I believe that Greece's future is NATO, EU, and the United States. Thank you very, very much. This was an honor for me.
Thank you very much. Κάτσε. Αρχίσουμε. Αρχίσου. Τι κάνετε, κύριε? Λοιπόν,
So, let us go ahead in today's session. We have the pleasure and the honor to have with us the Ambassador of Greece in the United States, together with us, Mrs. Alexandra Papadopoulou. Can you hear us from Washington, Mrs. Papadopoulou? Are you with us?
δεν ξέρω αν μας ακούτε, κύριε Πρέσβη.
Can you hear us?
Σας καλημερίζουμε.
I can hear you. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, very well. Good morning. We're happy to have you. Good morning in Washington. What time is it in Washington? Very early in the morning. Thank you. It's 8:10. Thank you very much. We are very much honored by your presence. This audience doesn't need any presentation for our ambassador, Mrs. Papadopoulou. She is one of our most capable ambassadors, and she has already recorded a very successful presence in the capital of the US. She has organized a very successful visit of the Greek Prime Minister in Washington, and we all thank her for this. And without much ado, I'd like to thank you once again and give you the floor. Thank you indeed. Good morning, good afternoon. I have heard Mr. Tunis with a lot of interest, and I'm very glad to have the opportunity to talk on how Greek-American relationships advance from the point of view of Washington. Greek-American relationships are strong. This is due to a lot of reasons. First of all, they have a historical depth going back to the beginning of the American democracy and to the beginning of the Greek modern state. American democracy has been founded on the basis of the Greek ideals of democracy. American democracy is based on the Greek ancient model as seen by the fathers of the American nation. Greece, the War of Independence in 1821 has been greatly assisted by the movement of Philhellenism, and there is also the Greek-American community exercising influence on both countries that cannot be underestimated. Apart from historical depth, those relationships are based on common values, principles, the values of liberal democracy. But they have an important content. Allow me to speak a little bit about the content, which is the basis and the main reason why Greek-American relationships have been so much strengthened, and I hope they shall form the basis of an important reinforcement in the future. In Europe today, we have a questioning of the safety architecture that has been established after the Second World War. Greece, in the last 50 or 60 years, and its foreign policy has been based on two pillars: participation in NATO, covering security issues, and participation in the EU, that has guaranteed the transformation of our country and into a new modern state. When on the European continent there is a direct threat and questioning of the European architecture of safety after the Second World War, it is quite natural for NATO to acquire more influence and to become all the more important. In the framework of this upgrading of the role of NATO, Greek-American relationships have also benefited going away from the strict framework of bilateral relationships, entering into the framework of the new safety architecture taking place in Europe regarding the future. This tight relationship has been confirmed and sealed with the new MDCA, with the strong defensive and military partnership between the two countries, and the position of Greece, adopted by Greece in the Ukrainian war, has been based on principles and interests. Principles because such an invasion is the red line for Greek foreign policy, and interests because in this new safety architecture, Greece has all interest to not allow to revisionisms to find fertile ground. But beyond this, the Greek-American relationship must be seen under a regional framework. When I'm talking about a region, I'm not talking only about Europe, but the Eastern Mediterranean. And when we're talking about the wider Eastern Mediterranean, we're talking about the region going from the Gulf and covering the Caucasus and the Balkans. Beyond the new security conditions that need to be laid down in Europe, there is an even bigger challenge concerning the balance between the big superpowers and the game played between the superpowers entering the scene once again. In Washington, the biggest discussion doesn't concern Russia and Ukraine. It concerns the role, the influence, and the future relationships with China. In the framework of American-Chinese relationship, not only Europe, but mainly the wider area and region of Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East have a definitive role to play, and the Greek-American relationships do have indeed a big part concerning Greece's role as a factor of safety and stability in such a sensitive area. As it is well known, Greece, for a long time, even before the Ukrainian crisis, even before the present state of affairs in the Greek-American relationships, had developed bilateral cooperation schemes with countries such as Greece, Cyprus, Jordan, Greece, Cyprus, Emirates, Greece, Cyprus, Lebanon, Armenia or Serbia. From all these partnerships, the most important, they're all important, but the one that has the more depth is the one concerning Greece, Cyprus, Israel, which is called 3+1, because it also includes the United States in the role of the observatory. This is a partnership that could link the Indian Gulf, the Pacific, with Europe and NATO. If you think about how much the United States have invested in this tripartite partnership quad in the Pacific, which they're trying to link with India, Emirates plus United States, the relationship between Greece, Cyprus, Israel plus the United States is the third framework in a very important chain. This 3+1 partnership began on the basis of the energy affairs, which are a main point of interest of the United States, Europe and our country. But it has been extended to wider fields concerning civil protection, intelligence, to a lesser extent, cooperation in the technological field. This is a partnership concerning specific projects, a partnership with content, depth and perspective for the future. And it is upon the three contracting parties to further develop this partnership, because Greece, Cyprus and Israel are three stable democracies in quite an unstable region of the world. Within the same framework of regional partnership and the important role played by Greece, which is highly anticipated by the United States, another aspect has to do with the role of Greece in the Western Balkans. The Western Balkans being an area of instability, and despite the 30 years of constant efforts undertaken by the European Union and the United States, unfortunately, the very much wished stability and adhesion to the European Union has not yet been achieved for a lot of reasons. that I shall not discuss. We are currently seeing violence in the North Kosovo, actually, in this framework. Greece, being a Balkan country, the first country becoming a member in the EU and the NATO, and a big investor in all these countries, and a country understanding well this area with close historical and cultural ties and a deep influence, is the country always trying already from 2000, this is what the country is trying to achieve, is trying to help those countries find what we all want, meaning a stability in the framework of a European trajectory. This is very much, very difficult to become true, because everybody agrees that the Western Balkans agree that the future for this area is the European future. This is not automatic, but it shall require hard work. All this hard work has not been achieved in those 30 years. This is why we need guidance and assistance. The relationship between Greece and the United States does not only concern what the United States shall offer to Greece, but what Greece offers to the United States, as has been said by the ambassador, Mr. Tsounis. In this framework, we have to do with a more balanced relationship that was the case in the past. It is a relationship which has become more stable, a relationship which, despite the ups and downs it went through in the last 200 years, is a relationship having a stable foundation. It is about two countries of a different size and different capabilities, of different perspectives, but we have to do with two countries sharing common interests, stability and peace, in a very sensitive area of the world, particularly now in the present conjuncture, which does not show signs of stability in the near future. We have a lot of points of crisis, areas of crisis and instability around our country. In this framework, the United States, as seen from outside in the US, wants to be supported by Greece. I do not want to overstate the role of our country. The US is a big country having a lot of allies on which they may count. But I'd like to note, nonetheless, that this is not the era where Greece would wait in the long line to get some sort of support in its wishes and claims. This is an era during which Greece is also offering, and this is very much estimated. I do not want to underestimate the role of the US in the global scene and the importance we can see of our country being able to cooperate with the US in so many areas. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Δεν ξέρω αν θα μπορούσατε.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether there is any questions, whether there are any questions. Our colleague, Mr. Keridis. Okay, Mr. Keridis. Hello, event. Theodoros Pangalos, ex-foreign minister and known to all of us here, died. And he was also a friend of this and had come here a lot of times, and he was a friend and fellow of many of us here today. My question is on presidential elections. We do not, of course, interfere in the home affairs of every country. However, should we be concerned in Europe about the return of Trump? Is that on the horizon? What would that mean in terms of transatlantic relations? What would that mean for the West? let me say about Theodoros Pangalos that he has been an emblematic, iconic foreign minister. He's known for his turning points in the foreign policy, which are used today as well. Let him rest in peace. As to the presidential elections in the US, it is unwise to underestimate the return of Trump to the presidency of the US. I would speak of 60-40 chances for 64 Biden to remain as the president. 1.5 year up to the presidential elections is a long time, and a lot will depend on the situation in Ukraine, on the relations with China, and on the course of the US economy. Maybe it is not comprehensible to Greeks because you don't live here and you don't read the figures of the US economy, but daily life in the US is difficult. The prices have risen, and average Americans have difficulty in making ends meet. So this influences foreign policy matters, and the increase in the prices of rents, the interest rates that have increased are top issues based on which the Americans vote. And if the situation, the economic situation and financial situation does not improve, then this raises the chances for a change in the presidency. And however, we have a long of time ahead of us. Let me also say that a priority issue, China in the US. Yes, reference is made to Ukraine, to the fact that the situation in Ukraine has to be improved, that we shouldn't allow Putin and his revisionism to prevail, but the main issue for the American political system is the way to manage China. Unites all American parties, US parties, irrespective of their beliefs, is the recognition of the need to tackle China, based on how Americans see that. And another issue which we should hold in mind is that the way Europe sees China and the US sees China do not overlap, and they are two different points of view. The U.S. Structures of power face Greece in the same way, either under the Trump presidency or either under the current presidency. The difference is regards Eastern Mediterranean, and this happened during the foreign minister Pompeo. And there is a lot of bureaucracy in the State Department and in the Defense Department and in all three, and has institutions in good operation. So I do not think there will be a huge change in the U.S.-Greek relations, irrespective of who will be in the White House. The essence of Greece and the importance of Greece is related to the geopolitical changes in the world and the fact that a new global system is created, and also regarding the architecture of security in Europe, but also the architecture in the whole world. We see that there is a change in the Middle East, and many changes happen without the interference of the US, which is something very new. And we see changes in Africa as well. So in all these the competition of the great powers that we thought was over but has come back intensively, is something that guarantees the importance of Greece for the US, irrespective of the president in the White House. And something else we have to keep in mind is the power of Congress in the US. We live in an era where the Congress has a very powerful role, and all the senators and congressmen want the executive power, which cannot impose itself on the legislative power. And this relation has been of topical importance over the past few years, and the Congress, because it is elected and it is more sensitive to the changes of the times, and the times change, and there has been great changes in the US. We are not able to recognize them. However, there are internal domestic discussions about what the American state is, what an American is, and this of course influences foreign policy, and there is also an internal insecurity, lack of safety, and if this is combined with the international mobility and lack of safety, then this makes every observer be very cautious about the future. However, this means that we come back to the basics, and the basics are the importance of certain areas, of the planet, and Greece is a basic part of one of the most important areas of the planet. And I think this geopolitical element guarantees a close cooperation between the two countries. Ambassador. Greece and Turkey comes out of electoral campaigns. Turkey has elected Erdogan, and Greece seems to re-elect Kyriakos Mitsotakis. I want to ask about the relations between Turkey and Greece, and whether there will be any diplomatic initiative in this connection as to the Cypriot matter.
I have lived through all the spectrum of reactions against Erdogan in the light of the then coming Turkish elections. We will say that Erdogan shall lose, and on the other hand we will say we cannot do nothing about it. I may be sincere. I do not believe that anybody in the US was feeling would like Erdogan to be re-elected. He is a quite hard partner. And you might speak with anybody you like in the US, either with the institutions, think tanks, be it journalists, whoever shall say to you, yes, Turkey is a very sensitive and difficult partner, a very difficult partner indeed. But the truth is that we need to live with him, the US and Europe, whether he's a hard or easy partner. We need to live with him. The big question is whether Erdogan shall try to mark a restart in the American-Turkish relationships. Turkey, beyond the problems has with Greece is a problem for the United States in a lot of fronts. The Kurdish, Libya, the Kurdish front, Libya, Caucasus, partnership with Russia, partnership with Iraq. So you see, there are a whole lot of questions putting into problem the relationship with the US. They do not have a clear strategy on how to handle this. All the more because Turkey is an important country for NATO, and its country, the US, doesn't want to lose. Everybody agrees on that. Everybody would agree that it would be a good thing to keep having Turkey as an ally in order to be able to manage it. But at this point, the ball is rather on the court of Erdogan. Would he be positive in terms of vivendi with the US or not? Here is the big issue of the F-16. This is essential importance, have become a symbolic issue for Turks. President Biden, the administration Biden, wants to give the F-16s in Turkey for a lot of reasons, but there is a big issue of the Congress, the obstacle of Congress laying down conditions, one of them having to do with the flights, the overflights in the Aegean. It has to do also with the S-400, etc. The most crucial issue at this point has to do with Congress. You need adhesion in NATO. The administration may not even send the notification. Politically speaking, they cannot even begin discussing with Congress. Erdogan says, give me the F-16s and then I shall say yes to. There's a lack of trust, a vicious circle, and the issue is frozen upon that. It is known that Erdogan wants to make a visit, an official visit in Washington, but without any tangible deliverable, it would be a catastrophic visit, and the result very much wished by the Turks has to do with the delivery of the F-16s. The Turkish newspapers are talking about, the Greek newspapers are talking about the financial situation of Turkey, saying that this is going to force Erdogan to back off. I don't know whether this is true. What our Turks interlocutors are saying to us is that Erdogan shall try anything but recourse to the IMF. But you never know in policy what's taking place. So the problem between the US and Turkey is stuck on the issue of the F-16s, and somebody needs to take the first step. It is Turkey who needs to allow Swedish adhesion in NATO so that the Biden administration may begin discussing with Congress. And even under those conditions, we're not certain that this discussion is going to end in the US giving the F-16s in Turkey. So the future is rather uncertain upon this front. There is yet another factor. As much as this pending issue is pending and lasting, we're entering the pre-electoral period in the US. It shall not be easy for President Biden to go against very strong lobbies in Washington, such as the Armenian one, or the Greek one, the Kurdish one. Turkey has a lot of people disagreeing with her policy, its policy, and having very strong views on how it should behave and what needs to be done. So any move made by Turkey needs to be done fast, because then you shall have the pre-electoral period in the US, which makes it out of the question to discuss about those issues. I don't know to what extent President Erdogan is able to make a concession on Sweden with a certain promise given by the US that the administration shall buy to persuade the Congress, but I do not see things moving without Swedish adhesion. Thank you warmly for your speech and for your presence and the replies given. Thank you for this. Thank you for being with us, despite the fact that it is quite early in Washington. I have been receiving phone calls from Athens, you know. So thank you again for the offer you have given to me. Thank you.
Νομίζω ότι θα...
I believe we shall go on watching a video and some comments made by Mr. Papas, member of the House of Representatives.
I'm really pleased to be able to join you virtually for the Institute of International Relations discussion on transatlantic relations and the importance of the alliance between the United States and Greece. I want to thank and acknowledge Ambassador Sounis for your leadership and work, as well as Ambassador Papadopoulou. Thank you for what you do. I know we're joined by many members from the political world, as well as academia and others who support the U.S.-Greece relationship, and I hope that this is a productive conference. I'm proud to serve as co-chair of the Hellenic Caucus, where we work to strengthen the ties between the United States, Greece, and Cyprus, and celebrate and promote Hellenic heritage and culture here in America. Now, I know that I wouldn't be who I am today or where I am today without my upbringing in a Greek-American family. It allowed me to see ways to serve others and to find a pathway into public service. And it's really crucial at this moment that we put politics aside and partisanship aside to work to advance sound policy that strengthens the relationships with our countries. At the crossroads of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, we know Greece and Cyprus have emerged as two of our strongest and most reliable allies in the Eastern Mediterranean. Our ties have only strengthened in recent years, and our relationship is founded on the recognition of Greece and Cyprus as reliable democracies and pillars of stability in the region. We mark the 70th anniversary of Greece joining NATO, and we know that Greece remains a critical partner in regional and global security, hosting military facilities used by both the United States and NATO for military operations. Now, at this time in our history, the importance of these alliances and standing firm with those who share our values couldn't be more important. Greece and Cyprus have been steadfast allies of Ukraine in their fight against Vladimir Putin's lawless invasion, and America stands with you in that struggle. But we know that Greece continues to experience aggression from the Erdogan government in Turkey, and the United States must stand with our ally. Turkey's aggressive actions and rhetoric toward Greece can't go unchallenged. And that's why I've led an effort in Congress, along with my bipartisan co-chairs of the Hellenic Caucus, to stop the proposed sale of F-16s to Turkey. In this upcoming Congress, I'll continue to work in a bipartisan fashion to strengthen the transatlantic relationship between the United States and Greece and other partners in the region, and work to ensure that there is peace and stability in the Eastern Mediterranean. I want to thank you for the work that you do to foster strong relations between our two countries, and I certainly wish you all a productive and successful conference. Thank you and take care.
Ωραία. Πριν δώσω το τηλέφωνο...
Before giving the floor to my friend and dearest colleague, Mr. Keridis, after congratulating him for his re-election, I believe that he has doubled the number of votes that have been cast in his favor, standing as candidate against ministers. Let me say something about the presence of Mr. Papas and his presence. In my recent return to the US, I have seen that we have a new generation of Greek Americans dealing with public affairs at all levels of the US administration. I would say that they are a lot more fervent supporters as compared as the old generation. I'm talking about affairs of Greek interest, and this is very important to establish. I'm making the comparison with the years of 1980. Those young folks, those young peoples are firm supporters of Greek interests, and I believe this should encourage us. So, the best is yet to come. Mr. Keridis, Dimitris, you have the floor. This osmosis between the Greek Parliament and the American Congress is very much due to the fact that our dearest colleague has played an important role thanks to the interparliamentary partnership, the role of which needs to be stressed. You have the floor, Dimitris. I'm very glad to be here among you. I see there is a big crowd, a big audience, and a high quality in the interventions and presentations with all of the people I have heard speaking today. Konstantinos Haris Ino, I'm very pleased for the big progress of our institute, the Institute of International Relations, as confirmed by today's conference and the response on behalf of the audience. We need obviously to make reference to Theodoros Pangalos. He has been an emblematic personality in the years after the dictatorship. Whether you were you agreed or disagreed with with him, it was always a pleasure to discuss with him. He was a person who had always something to say. We live in an era of mediocrity. Theodoros Pangalos has been anything but mediocre. He was not mediocre in anything, and I have had the pleasure of knowing him and meeting him, and I was saddened by the news of his passing. We are beginning with an overturning in terms of clothing. I'm talking about the critic I have received by my wife for coming here without a tie. I have tried to imitate Kyriakos Mitsotakis. This is quite more emphatic if you think that the two representatives of Syriza in the audience wear ties. So we have a complete turning of the tables and of the situation. I hope this also marks a wider consensus and joint course towards consensus, at least in terms of the foreign policy. I'm very glad to see Mr. Apostolakis in the audience, with whom I have been able to discuss in the past, and I shall make a specific reference to our friend Vasilis Kalpadakis, who have played a very essential role from quite a different positions. Vangelis has been working unstoppably behind the curtains in a very essential way. And part of the progress we are seeing in the Greek-American relationship is also due to the work he has done after 2015. Mr. Zepos as well, and other friends and colleagues in the audience. I do not have the time to mention them all by name. Chris Papas is indeed emblematic of a new generation of Greek-American politicians playing an important role. He has in front of himself an illustrious future. I believe that he may also become leader of the Democratic majority or minority in Congress at a given point in time. He comes from the more conservative state of New England. This does not say a lot in terms of conservatism, specifically from New Hampshire and Manchester. His family had a very well-known restaurant called Puritan. The new electoral cycle is going to begin soon. Everybody knows the role of the Puritan, the role played by this specific restaurant in regarding the candidate of the Democratic Party. He's the first openly gay member of the House of Representatives, and very active one. He's not the only one. I indeed participate in this initiative of 3+1 of the Inter-Parliamentary partnership. This is never seen before. If you are aware of the idea Congress has about itself, it does not often accept to speak on an equal basis with other parliaments in the world. This has been the first time it has been done under the initiative of Menendez, having laid down the relevant clause in the bill in 2019, so that there may be the partnership with the Greek, the Cypriot and Israeli parliament. We have had the problem with the Knesset that would dissolve as soon as it was established. We have had 5 consecutive Knessets, but I believe that they have quite stabilized right now, and I believe that we shall be able to go ahead with this very important initiative. So, by discussing with my American peers, we see the emergence of this new generation. We used to know Sarbanes, John Bradimas from New York, obviously Dukakis, Tsongas, etc. We now have a new generation of which is most numerous, and there are others waiting in the pipeline, such as Yanulas in Chicago, Kunelaki, vice governor in California, the biggest state, the 7th economy or the 6th economy in the world, if I'm not mistaken. So wherever you may go in the US, you shall see this new generation of Greek Americans where you least expected, controlling local mass media, universities, local economy, not only in the known states such as Massachusetts, Florida, Illinois, but even in the deep south, let's say in Louisiana. The media tycoon of Louisiana is towards Greek affairs. We could speak a lot about all these issues. Alexandra, when we have the chance of hearing her, needs to be given priority, as it was the case. What you have already seen and heard, and I'm mainly addressing myself to the younger, is this happy conjecture. The stars have been harmonized and aligned in a very favorable position for us. We have President Tunis in Athens on the one hand, Ambassador Tunis representing this reinforcement of the Congress, as has been described by Alexandra. This was a personal option of Menendez. Menendez being a non-diplomat, a non-professional diplomat with a huge influence in Congress in this framework that has been laid down by Alexandra. We have Alexandra Papadopoulou, our excellent ambassador in Washington, Edis Emenidis, and a new Greek-American lobby being a lot more active. We have the right people in the right spots, in the right positions, personifying, representing this upgrade. I shall not be talking about a simple improvement and upgrading of the Greek-American relationship. We have indeed a paradigm shift. Relationships have always been good. We've fought together on the same side of history, which is the correct side of history, in my view, in all the great wars of the 21st century. And in the Ukrainian matter, we are unified by a lot, where two countries sharing liberal revolutions, the United States have been the archetype and us following after our own revolution. But there have also been problems. What we are seeing in the last years, and to be honest, this has been reinforced during the Syriza governance, and I wish that this is also taken into account in the party of Syriza, and they shall stand for it. This is something that has begun already since a lot of years, and having to do with a series of things. We're usually talking about the geostrategic affairs. Even if I'm internationalist, I have a more heretic point of view. It also has to do with internal political developments. Let me put it that way. Our friend Alexander Cooley from Columbia University, with whom we have been working, according to which anti-Americanism is a characteristic of democracies in transitions, societies undergoing a democratic shift. And it is anti-Americanism is the object of a populist reaction. This has been seen after the war in various European countries, in Greece after the fall of the dictatorship, and in Japan. When democracy becomes mature enough and this anti-Americanist framework is waning, as it was the case in Norway and Sweden. Nobody in Scandinavian countries has ever questioned the relationship with the US. Even leftist political parties. This was the case as well in Greece in the last 10 to 15 years. So political parties have been able to adopt a more mature stance in terms of our relationship with the US. Economic crisis has also helped in this regard. Obviously, the rise of the Eastern Mediterranean as a new area of interest hitting the scene has also contributed to this regard. I am talking very fast, I know. What is happening in the south of Crete has not attracted quite a lot of attention. Put the pipelines aside, even without talking about the pipelines and the ducts. I'm just talking to you about the tankers. It has been a year now that there has been a traffic jam of tankers in the southern parts of Crete, because Russia used to sell using oil ducts, and now they need to sell to India and China through tankers. And in the past the Gulf was selling to Asia, and they nowadays sell to Europe in order for Europe to substitute the Russian oil. So tankers come through the Gulf and the Red Sea, crossing the Eastern Mediterranean to hit Europe. All these are Greek tankers. This is why the Greek ship owners have gained a lot of millions in the last 1 year and a half, and the Eastern Mediterranean has hit the scenes. There is a huge oil flow going over the Eastern Mediterranean, which was non-existent 1 year and a half before. You may also add the alternative energy sources, with electricity coming from Egypt, Sahara and Saudi Arabia. You could also add the natural gas. I'm talking about things even before the obvious elephant in the room, to see how energy has transformed according to the vision of Menendez, how energy may be the linchpin of a wider partnership, as it was the case with carbon and steel, giving rise and birth to the European Union in the 50s and the 60s. So we have a series of important transformations within our country. Correspondingly, Turkey remains in a hybrid status with a democracy that is not stabilizing. On the contrary, it is becoming vulnerable to an anti-American populism. So quite on the opposite course. And you have, of course, the big geostrategical affairs marked by this paradigm shift. Where in the past the US could keep a balance, giving somehow some extra points to Turkey, which has always been the most important ally in the area.
Και σε ακαδημαϊκό και σε πολιτικό μαζί, το λόγο θα υποστεί.
I shall be ending soon. You have given the floor to a politician being at the same time an academic, so you shall suffer.
So please invite me after the elections to have a fire chat, and there will be one in Davos very soon. So well, we have a leadership in Greece, followed by the announcement about F-35s with very beneficial terms, as Alexandra said, and her Turkish colleague in Washington tries to have a meeting in Washington about F-16, which is which would have been incredible some years ago because 90% of the Turkish fleet is F-16, and without F-16 Turkey cannot play the role that it thinks it should play as a leading country in this area. This does not mean that Turkey is not important. We may speak about it for hours, but things show that there is a clear change, there is a paradigm shift, and if you go, as a Greek, you go to Washington, you feel that, you see that the possibility we have to speak with the think tanks, with the newspapers, in the Congress, with the administration, and I think we have a lot to do, still to do, with the national consensus and the presence of Mr. Apostolakis and Vangelis Kalpadakis demonstrates that. Thank you very much for this very short intervention, and we wish the best of luck, and thank you very much. Thank you, Dimitris Keridis, the very good colleague and friend. We congratulate him on his re-election, and now we give the floor to... So we will now have a 15-minute break, and we will come back with our next panel, which will be very interesting.
Έχουμε φύγει 15 λεπτά.
15 λεπτά για λίγο να ξεδιάσουμε.
emphasized its role in the southern wing of the alliance because southern members such as Spain, Italy, Greece say that NATO should strike a balance and issues continue to exist, so NATO has to have a balanced presence and should use its means and resources for both wings, eastern and southern wing. The menace in the eastern wing is clear. However, this is not clear. The southern wing, because there are migration flows, terrorism, climate change, and other issues. And the question that concerns NATO, that has been concerning NATO over the past few years, is what capabilities, what skills NATO has to acquire. Yes, it is an effective alliance, but should it learn to do new things? And what it should do, it should stop wasting its resources. How many resources and how effective can it be in counter-terrorism? So the list is very long and there is no clear answer. We have groups of countries. For example, the US says that we should only be concerned with Russia. And this is true while the war in Ukraine goes on. And others say we should strike a balance. And others say so our country should try to exploit opportunities, and NATO gives opportunities to those that try to seize them. Reference is made to funding, new technologies. I think NATO is an organization, and Ambassador Zepos, with a lot of years of experience, will confirm that. So this regards revindication of roles and opportunities. We should see where the opportunities lie, where the strengths lie, and our policy has to be adjusted accordingly. And last observation, there is a concern within NATO as to the European military autonomy. I think they could be complementary to each other, and it depends upon the ambition you have. It is very early to speak of a European army or to parallel structures with NATO. But if we look at what happened in Sudan some weeks ago, we Europeans cannot be very proud of the way that this issue was tackled. Europeans out of Sudan. Yes, they in the end they took people away effectively. However, the crisis management should be we should be able as Europeans to finish to complete this crisis management on our own. So operations that could be beneficial to Europe at economic and at defense level will be beneficial to NATO as well. And in the end, we will have a Europe where there is a plan B, and in case there is a major shift in politics in the US in the forthcoming November elections.
Thank you very much. I turn myself to the very experienced ambassador, Mr. Zepos, to ask him the following question. Do we need to take a next step in the NATO? Thank you to Ivis for the kind invitation addressed to myself to be present in this meeting, seeing a lot of youngsters. It is very nice to see the interest of young people. I shall begin in a different manner. I could say that in 2 or 3 years before, at the occasion of the then expected celebration of the 70 years of Greece entry in NATO, I would say that it would be difficult at the time for a Greek diplomat to speak in good terms and in a positive way about NATO. But indeed, it is true that all this NATO difficulty, hostility towards NATO, has waned. Let us take a step back in time to see how NATO has helped Greece. After 1952, first of all, it has helped in the modernization and training of the Greek armed forces in a new post-war framework that was totally different. So it has indeed offered a service in this part. Modernization of the armed forces based on the standards imposed by the alliance. As Mr. Dokos has previously said, we have always abided by this 2% of military defense expenses. This is a 2% of the Greek budget that is being used for Greek purposes. Indeed, political parties at power, as time went by, have been on the same page, on the same line, without important differences in terms of Greek membership in NATO. When the big issues concerning Afghanistan, the involvement of NATO in the Balkans appeared, and irrespectively of the government in office, everybody agreed on Greece's presence. So all these are positive things, in my view. I'd like to speak about other important matters. Let us think that the only table in terms of international relationships in which table of NATO, I have experienced this for 8 years, plus the time I was serving in the Committee of Wise Men under the guidance of Madeleine Albright. This is very important. We have a constant contact with our Turkish counterparts. This creates a sort of osmosis, allowing us to see things in a more flexible way, more than usual. It may also be bad because it could also lead us to see things with less concern. But I believe that it is positive because you acquire the experience of knowing who is in front of you, how this person is thinking, how this person is involved. And for a diplomat going over, having worked in NATO, NATO is an important school for this diplomat. One may acquire a specific knowledge on the way of thinking of his or her counterparts, which is useful. As far as the next steps are concerned, there is a risk regarding the question you have raised, which is the following. We do not know the United States, which may love NATO and sometimes may love it less. The question is whether in the coming years, given the new challenges we have, whether the bosses, the chiefs of NATO, shall be such as to involve NATO in affairs away from our region with new threats appearing. This is a problem we need to think about, because the challenges appearing go beyond the Ukrainian war, the war between Russia and Ukraine. We're talking about challenges in Asia, in the Asian region. I am not aware at all of whether there may be people thinking that NATO could be indeed involved in dealing with these new challenges appearing in the Asian horizon, which would lead us into an entirely new phase. As said previously by the American ambassador, the US point of view and Europe do not coincide regarding China and Asia. So this, given that you have asked whether we could do more, if this appears, this will be a problem for our country. So these are challenges on our doorstep that we need to think about and discuss with our allies in order to know what they have in mind and what concerns ourselves. Let us take the example of Afghanistan. We could have done more in Afghanistan in terms of training of troops. We didn't do so. We have tried to adopt a more symbolic presence. So I'm wondering whether we truly want to have a more dynamic involvement in the alliance if new challenges appear tomorrow, and this needs to be examined regarding the policy drafted by the parties and the wishes of society. We need to discuss on what we would like to do within NATO should such challenges arise. Thank you. We have some time to get questions or probably some positions. Hear your views. Hold on. Please do give the microphone to the lady. Hold on a second. Thank you. My main question is, given that the UK is outside the European Union now, and there is a big window of opportunity for European Union to undertake its own affairs in terms of military and geostrategic autonomy, how this be done if we assume that NATO is the main cornerstone of collective defense in Europe and European Union? How could we combine those two factors? Take an example from joint operations. Let us also take the question of Mr. Ambassador. Please. Mr. Anastasakis, I have served in the military command of NATO for Western Balkans, Joint Combined Plant Staff. Lieutenant General Anastasakis, we're talking about the celebration of the 70 years of NATO. It's good to talk about the past, but we need to talk about the future. I'm a counsel in a company having undertaken to create a part of Diana, and we see that there is a lack of culture, mentality in the Greek armed forces that could help us draw the maximum benefit, trying to take advantage of this innovative initiative of NATO. So we need to look what's going on in the future beyond those 70 years of celebration. Is there any provision regarding this culture of mentality, this culture of innovation? Thank you. Is there any other question by anybody else, please? My question has to do with the European defense industry. There has been a speeding up of the need after entry in NATO and the latest events in Ukraine. Could you consider that this could provide a certain push to the European defense industry, or is this something upon which the United States and the UK shall have, out of which the United States or Britain shall draw benefit? Thank you. Regarding the involvement of Europe in terms of the Ukrainian front, Europe is not yet ready from a military point of view to undertake such a role. In another discussion some time ago, I did up of an important military capability within the United Union would require even more funds, which I'm not certain shall be able to be found easily. Now, I'm not very knowledgeable on this issue. Our European defensive industry, of course, we do follow our own capabilities to say, if we're talking about a NATO framework, to know that Americans shall always have an advance followed by important countries having such sort of industrial production. This is good. This is without saying what the role of Greece would be. It would be nice for Greece to have an important tranche, a niche market for Greece, reflecting its financial capabilities. Mr. Dokos, you have the floor. Two very quick remarks on the very interesting topics analyzed by Mr. Zepos. It is true that a lot of Greek high-ranking officials and the former Chief of Staff, Mr. Apostolakis, have deployed good relationships with their peers, and this has helped in difficult situations in order not to lose control. Another interesting element the US has been doing in the last years is the deployment of alliances on a case-by-case basis or informal in places of interests. For example, the Quad and the AUKUS in the Pacific region. There is the I2U2 in the Gulf region and the Negev summit. So beyond NATO, they always move with on a case-by-case alliances. As far as the questions that have been raised are concerned, yes, you're totally right in terms of the lack of the appropriate mentality. This takes time to change. Some may recall that in the universities, and specifically in the technological universities such as the Polytechnic School, there used to be a certain mentality saying that the money for research coming from NATO is money made out of blood and we don't want to touch upon it. I believe that we have taken certain steps from this era, but I fully agree. I would also like to see more quick reflexes from our officials in various levels on how to take advantage of the various opportunities. Regarding the European role, in order to translate an English expression, do not hold your breath waiting for Europe to undertake a central role in issues of European defense. We have heard twice, in 2014 and 2022, that the message has been taken that Europe needs to strengthen its defensive capabilities by not only having soft power but hard power as well in a complementary role. And while it would be unfair to not talk about what has been done in the last 5 years in terms of, as far as Europe is concerned, there have been positive steps, but a lot remains to be done. And we have the following two obstacles. First of all, we do have very different points of view regarding risks in European Union. There are the ones who only look upon the West, while others looked in other directions, and unanimity, secondly, does not help in the taking of essential decisions and the taking of quick steps. The European defensive industry. The bad example I have in mind comes from the Greek program for the new frigate. We have had 7 candidate companies, 6 out of which came from European countries. So if we are not headed towards a unification, Europe is not going to be able to develop an important military industry. Is there any change provided for in the future? I believe that ammunition is the most promising sector. There is a certain opportunity for us, and I hope we shall be able to take advantage of it to have a reorganization of the Greek defensive industry with essential participation and involvement. More generally speaking, I'm not extremely optimistic. If you allow me, I'd like to say something in addition to what has been said, meaning that the main Atlantic country has left the European Union. Poland is trying to replace the role of the UK as the main Atlantic country, but we have gone beyond that after the war in Ukraine. There is a zone of countries, the Baltic countries, Hungary, Romania, until the south, a caucus of countries being closer to Ukraine, to the field of war, which impose their agenda in the whole of the European Union, meaning that France and Germany are rather isolated. This zone is very Atlantic. It's not discussing strategic autonomy, any discussion of on strategic autonomy. So they're the ones who lay down the agenda openly in an Atlantic direction. Never has the European Union been so Atlantic as in the past as it is today. We welcome the Minister, we thank him for being here, and let us wait a couple of moments until Mr. Venizelos arrives. What you have just said, Mrs. Kopa, that Europe is becoming increasingly Atlantic, but there is this perspective for the US to become less European. I believe this is an issue we should begin to discuss in the European Union and in NATO. Besides, the members are the same and their majority. How Europe should be organized for this eventuality? Who would like to go first? Let me say the following. When we talked about those European countries who have become Atlantic, we need to say that they were selected for this, meaning that when the wall of Berlin was destroyed and NATO began to enlarge, it was a wish of the US, of these countries, to enter the alliance, as soon as possible. And it goes without saying that this faith of those countries in NATO is stronger than their faith in the European area and the European Union. One should see in the following years whether the elections in the US shall affect this European dimension of the US, or whether a certain balance is going to be kept, as it was the case until today. From what we have heard by our Greek-American interlocutors, they don't think that there's going to be any substantial differentiation in the future in terms of those relations, that this privileged relation between the US and Europe is going to be maintained. Thank you. A big problem today, both in terms of NATO and the EU, is that for obvious reasons. And no one in Greece who have supported from the first moment the policy of NATO in the war of Ukraine is the following. There is no discussion whatsoever regarding the day after, the future. This war, as all wars, at some point in time shall end. We hope sooner than later, and in the best possible conditions for Ukraine. But at a certain point in time, there's going to be a day after, and geography does not change by our wish. Russia, in the following days, still going to be next to NATO and Ukraine. There is a denial to discuss about the conditions. The conditions of our relationship with Russia. There is a view that a Cold War is inevitable, and this is supported fanatically by certain countries. This is not the only point of view. I'd like to believe that this is not the only option and the only scenario available for the future. As far as the US are concerned, in order not to lay all the blame on President Trump, the shift of the US away from Europe and towards Asia had begun already in the Bush administration and the Obama administration. This is something taking place gradually. Either we have, regardless of who is in office in the White House, what took place in Ukraine have rekindled American interest on Europe, but this is a trend that is not going to change, in my view, depending on the person and not obligatorily on the party. Depending on the person winning the elections in 2024, this is going to impact American stance after 2024. So let me repeat my view that if things change dramatically, Europe needs to have Plan B. The issue of distribution of the burdens within NATO has not been expressed and voiced for the first time by President Trump. But if we have a more radical change of the American stance towards Europe, then obviously it would be wise from our side to be prepared to a certain extent. The Admiral, Mr. Diakopoulos, has the floor.
Θα κάνω σχόλιο, τώρα μπορώ να το θέσω υπό μορφή ερωτήσεως, αν απαιτείται, αλλά μιας και έχουμε τον χρόνο, δηλαδή και επειδή...
Since we have the time and because I have been listening to this discussion for a long time, so the European Army, yes, would be the dream. I have read a lot about the European Army, but a practical, cohesive plan about it has never been read by me. So, what will be the power balance? What kind of language will it speak? Who will lead it? So this is not easy to do. And let me finish by saying that defense and security are the core of the sovereign entity. Without it, we can speak about joint defense programs, which is something else. We know, based on history, the Austro-Hungarians during the First World War, in the case of the Afghans with Pashto language and different, so these multinational powers are not very good in fighting. I don't know whether you would like to comment. Yes. I do not disagree. This is why I spoke about the level of ambition. That is, Europe should try to do the small things. We have 27 different defense budgets and structures, and this is not a source of ambition for the future. We have not done what we should have done all these years. We have different systems. We do not have we should have a smaller number of aircraft, of similar aircraft. I think this is something that the European Union could do. Yes, I share the pessimism of Mr. Diakopoulos, and now the ambassador has the floor, and we will finish with the Chief of Staff. Yes, it is certain that this European military autonomy is not ready yet. I do not think that it is something that has been decided at European level for the member states to start studying all the different parts of it. The the real need of this European dimension has not matured yet. And now Mr. Apostolakis has the floor. Let me ask a question, and I think that the panel will agree. Yes, this is a great discussion about the European Army, but let me start by saying that the motives, the incentives to have to have a budget for weapons depends on the requirements, on the needs. If we start with Greece or Turkey that have a specific threat in mind and they see NATO as a system that protects them, the other European countries have rest upon their laurels as to the security is concerned. They have they think that NATO is enough, so they will think they will not use their money on defense. Let's look at Germany that has refused to spend its money on NATO. It announced 100 billion of military equipment, and it used that for Ukraine. So I will agree that it is very early, that the idea of the European army is in the mind of each one of us, of some Europeans, and when they are bold enough to say that, they are accused by the US and the others, so we still have a long way to go. I agree. We now have to see how we can use NATO, which offers us what it offers, with the issues that there are. Thank you very much. I think that our panel has come to an end. And now let us welcome Evangelos Venizelos. So the next panel is ready to start.
Καλησπέρα κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Good afternoon, President, Ministers. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to participate in this discussion, which closes a series of seminars. And I insist that this institute is a scientific institute where our discussion is political, it's not only academic, and a series of seminars, I refer to a series of seminars that has been very successful as to the transatlantic relations and the relation with Greece. And with the change of generations, we also have a shift of position as to our defense and our foreign policy. Because you honor us with your presence here today, I mean what I'm saying, because starting with Minister Venizelos, Evangelos Apostolakis, and my dear friend Mr. Hatzidakis, you have defended your position with fervently, and I'm very happy that we will today talk about an issue that needs to be further analyzed as to the following. Resting upon our laurels as to an ideal relation with the US is not in line with the position of a country that wants to have a good relation. The ambassador was very positive, and Mrs. Papadopoulou, our ambassador, were very positive about the relation between the US and Greece. However, this has to be aligned with strategic targets and interests. So, of course, we have a high level of synergy with the US. However, we do not think that this will change. However, we have to attribute to it a two-way content. So what we expect from the United States and what the United States expect from us. These relations are shaped in an international environment which is changing continuously. The war in Ukraine has changed the international relations. Our area is being shaped, and reference is not only made to Turkey. Of course, we have to analyze what Turkey does, what we do with Turkey, and what other countries in the area do, because other countries in the area have have been subject to changes. Israel, for example. However, this justifies your presence in this panel. So I would like to ask you, Minister, let us start with the Vice President and former Foreign Minister. So I will answer. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm honored with this invitation. I'm very happy that you moderate this panel with your experience, and I'm very happy to be here with Mr. Hatzidakis, my dear colleague, and the Admiral and Chief of Staff and friend, Evangelos Apostolakis, with whom I have been together at the National Defense Ministry. And let me reply to this basic question you posed. Our approach as to the Hellenic-US relations, the Hellenic approach is different from that of the US regarding Hellenic US relations. So there is a difference in size, and there is also a difference in the lens through which both sides look at this strategic relation, which is identified at the level of defense and security. For us, the choice of a relation with the US is part of our identity. Greece is a Western country and is interested in its relation with the United States. This was not always clear, but now everybody has understood that when we speak about European defense and security, the role of the US is decisive, because without European participation, if we don't understand the issue of European security as transatlantic, then there are no military prerequisites to guarantee European security, the anti-missile shield, and since the end of the First World War to date, that is for a very long time, for more than 1 century, this has been over 1 century, the US have been present in Europe. And I think that the war in Ukraine and the change at international level shows that there is no European autonomy, there is no European security without the US. I think that Greece has understood that very early, since the Civil War, and thus our participation in NATO, our NATO membership since 1952, for the past 70 years has been a constitutional choice, and recalls the choice that was made in 1827, when Greece was recognized as an independent state, because Greece was acknowledged as an independent state when it convinced Great Britain and France that it can, in cooperation and in coordination with the Ottoman Empire, to stop the descent of Russia to the warm seas. In the same spirit, in 1952, the two countries, Greece and Turkey, became members of NATO. We participated in the Western Alliance in the Second World War. We were during the Cold War period, and Turkey and Greece joined NATO. The main mission of the Eastern Wing was to stop the descent of Russia in the Mediterranean. So the spirit was exactly the same. Maybe we forget that, but the internal lens may become blurred as years pass by, but we easily reply to the question whether our partnership with the US bilaterally, but also within NATO, is important. The same question is answered also by the other EU member states, and if we ask the 27 EU member states where they attribute importance to, theoretically speaking, regarding the European Army, the defense, security, or to the US and NATO, the answer in that case, in the great majority, in the overwhelming majority, is the importance of the US and NATO. Germany being the first to say that, because Germany is a country where American forces are located, and there are specific military limitations, and it is a country, Germany is a country that has a lot of remorses as to its international presence. However, I would like, I expected another question, whether France is included, because President Macron repeats this tradition of French rhetoric and speaks about the strategic autonomy of Europe from Russia, for example. And this was shown when there was a symbolic threat expressed by Putin of nuclear weapons, and Europe understood that it does not have any anti-nuclear shield, and it can't offer that to Poland, to Baltic countries, to Finland, Sweden, about which reference is made now with the Turkish veto and their membership in NATO, and we have Great Britain, which is in favor of NATO, and France never returned to the nuclear design of NATO when it came back to the political part of NATO. The French never participate in discussions regarding the nuclear weapons. So there is no Europe. We have US, we have NATO, and the proportion of capabilities and of the financial means and the cost is overwhelming. We have 80% of the participation rate for the US. So should I stop here? Yes.
You have served, Mr. Minister, after the positioning of the minister. He has placed an issue regarding the cooperation between Europe and the US, and you have had huge experience in the European Parliament. You have served the European idea and Greek interests within the European Union. In the previous panel, we have seen those weaknesses mentioned by Mr. Venizelos, which are realistic. And this is not going to change from one day to the other. But we have two legs. We have a leg in Europe and another leg in the Atlantic, and those are the pillars of our foreign policy. How the European Union can be strengthened so as to have a better balance, and what can Greece can do in such a framework? First of all, I basically know in terms of pensions, unpaid pensions, pensions in pending. I remember something in my distant past regarding what we are discussing about, and I'm thinking about how we could be discussing about these issues. The climate was different. There was intense anti-Americanism in the past. And if one tried to make such a discussion within a Greek university, at least at the time, the discussion would have been destroyed, and we would have disbanded the session because of various groups that would come here to protest. The fact that we are here is important, lesser for the US, to a lesser extent for the US, but more importantly for ourselves, because we cannot ignore the US, either we like it or not. And it is positive that during all those years, with the contribution of the left, I must admit, at least the left that has governed, the relationships have been smoothened, not only following the initiative of American governments, but also at the initiative of Greek governments. This needs to be recognized in the positive side. I do not forget anything. All these things are known. But anyway, as you have correctly said, we do not underestimate the factor that has to do with interests. Now, let me now speak about the specific issue. European Union versus NATO, balance, etc. And when we talk about NATO, we talk about the US. The European Union, let me again talk about my first years as member of European Parliament. It was a time when the Maastricht Treaty began to be signed. We had the European Union began to hit the brake with the Amsterdam Treaty, which was less ambitious. And since the time we became 27, and this is quite normal, you have a different pace with 15 or 17 members, and you have a different pace with 27 members when you have to deal with different traditions and interests. So the speed has been lessened, and this also applies to the common foreign policy and policy of security and safety, an external policy that has always been a vision for reasons that we all understand very well in terms of our eastern borders. It is true that President Macron has rekindled those discussions because he has a very visionary approach in terms of the European future. There's nothing bad with this. This is all totally positive, reminding the French tradition. But on the other hand, I truly wonder what can be done at the level of 27. No, I'm not wondering. I'm certain that nothing can be done at the level of 27 in the foreseeable future. Theoretically, and I stress the word theoretically, something could be done, there could be some progress if there is the agreement between France and Germany. Let us not kid ourselves in terms of reinforced cooperation, the possibilities provided by the treaties in the framework of reinforced cooperation. Is this going to be the case? I have doubts, strong doubts about that as well. Maybe Mr. Tokos, who has talked about various possibilities of a closer defensive partnership regarding defensive affairs, the multiplicity of various weapon types. But what we have been discussing in Greece for all those long years, well, I cannot see it coming in the future. History cannot be forecast and provided and foreseen. The more years I am in politics, the less certainties I have, of course, but for the foreseeable future, this is what I can tell you. And this reinforces the point of view saying that Greece needs to have an active role within NATO and needs to strengthen its relationship with the US. It doesn't mean that it's going to be to the detriment of our interests. But anyway, the US is a very important and very big country to be ignored by Greece. It is very positive to see the improvement of our relationship. The last MDCA has further strengthened those relations. And I would like to stress, I don't know whether you have mentioned it, that in the last years, particularly the last 4 years, we have seen an important rise of American investment in Greece. And since we're talking about interests, this is an element that needs to be taken seriously into account, because this is something that brings the US closer to Greece de facto. We're talking about Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, Pfizer, not to talk about naval building, etc. So all those businesses have a very strong presence in Greece in the last years, and this is to the benefit of Greece. Thank you for this reply that allows me to address myself to Mr. Apostolakis, former General Chief of Staff and former Admiral. I believe that, Mr. Admiral, that it was during your days that this strategic partnership began to be built with the US at the military level. And I would say that the fact that you come from the Navy and that Greece, as well as the US, is a naval force, there is this distinction between land forces and Navy forces. And so I would like, based on what has been mentioned by Mr. Hatzidakis, to stress that the US being a very strong power, do not invest on the short term. The investment, I'm not talking solely about financial, economic investment, but military investment, investment in military infrastructure are destined to last. So this relationship is here to stay. Allow me to thank Idis for the invitation, and personally Professor Mr. Papasotiriou and the Executive Director of the Institute, Mrs. Inoa Fendouli. I have prepared a presentation, but the question, all the things I have prepared to say have been said. So let me try to answer your question. It is true that during the period when the previous government was in office, and with very good efforts from both sides, our relationship with the US has been put into a positive course. Strategic dialogue began, and from a certain moment in time and afterwards, Turkey has begun to look into the east. Eventually the US felt a certain gap in terms of security in the southeastern wing of NATO and in southeastern Mediterranean, and have tried to invest in this part. All agreements concerned infrastructure, defense equipment, and the strategic partnership that was built to last, as you said yourself. The US began to see Greece under a different point of view. After the Prespes Agreement, that was decisive for our relationship, we began to see a certain logic saying that we need to exercise sincere foreign policy, not being in a situation that we say other things in the internal front and we do other things in the external front. Then, following the war in Ukraine, and even before the war in Ukraine, the relationship deepened. The MTCA, upon which we have worked heavily, same applies with Souda, Larissa, Volos. So a certain perspective was planned. The naval base of Crete has also played a very important role. We were promised that this would be financed by the US. Alexandroupoli also is a very important affair. I'm not going to analyze this, why this is important, because it gives away an alternative solution for the support of the southeastern Europe in order not to be controlled by the Dardanelles Straits. And we arrived to the point of thinking that if our relationship with the US has been improved due to a need that appeared temporarily because they needed to have an alternative, with Greece being a point of reference and a state that is able to maintain the defense needed by the southeastern wing. Well, we need to build our relationship based on true and genuine needs, on viable perspective, and not on temporal affairs. We shall never have the ability to be so useful to the US as to the extent that Turkey is. I mean, the Incirlik base is a very crucial base under Russia, but the relationship with Turkey, with Russia, with India, generally speaking, with the fact that it seems to be flirting with the BRICS, all the 5 members of the Shanghai Agreement, the way with which it is moving, playing, trying to balance the interests of the parties involved. All this shows that there is a need to further improve the Greek-American relations. In the course of our dialogue, debate, and mutual concessions, we have arrived at a certain point, which is the present, which is the best level we have ever had. Following the Turkish elections, and given that Erdogan is again in office, and knowing also that what the Turks have in mind and what has Turkey declared, what is its strategy at a certain point in time shall surface. But we begin from a very positive point of departure. The assistance provided by Greece in the last earthquake has improved the climate to a point where there is a certain calmness reigning currently. Turkey, in the forthcoming days, in the following year, is obliged to turn itself in the interior front and needs money. The money it needs to, in order to face material damage, has been estimated to be beyond $100 billion. People affected by the earthquake go beyond, the number is beyond 13 million. So all this imposes to Erdogan to turn himself to the interior front. It seems that if he is president, those people shall have houses in 1 year's time. This is what has been heard by journalists, and is probably true. So the money needed, he shall try not to address himself to the IMF, and he shall turn himself to the ones that may finance him: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Russia, China, European Union, and US. In order for them to give this money, shall lay down some conditions. And we see very quickly Erdogan's concern to close some issues, and we have seen that in the contact he has had with Biden, he has raised the issue of F-16s. And it seemed that the important point for the US right now is, forget all the rest, relationship with Russia, the S-400, etc., has to do with Swedish adhesion. And he has said, President Biden has said that if you approve the entry of Sweden, we shall approve F-16s. Mr. President, we have the results. In Turkey, we cannot easily predict the other side, because neither did we predict the strategy of the other side in the last years. There is a firm strategy being deployed in the last 4 or 5 years. I don't think that this is going to change, that the Turkish side is going to change by resetting its relationship either with the EU or the US, and that everything is going to adopt a more cohesive form. On the other hand, there cannot be an Eastern Mediterranean without Turkey. There are bilateral and tripartite and multilateral partnerships. So this discussion that you have opened a long time ago probably needs to be placed on the right path in our country. So let me answer to your question. Look, it wouldn't change a lot if Kılıçdaroğlu would win the elections in terms of Turkey's course. Turkey is Turkey and Greece is Greece, having a specific framework regarding the national strategy, even if this is very general and has never been specified in the form of a specific operational plan. This is what we lack, both for the affair of Cyprus and other affairs. We do not even have an integrated and complete plan for the Western Balkans, which is an issue reopening. Let us try to examine the 22 years of Erdogan's reign. We didn't have any incident despite the tension. We didn't have any evident deterioration such as the one observed in the 80s, when we had the first big crisis. Already in the 70s we had the first big crisis with the Verne Protocol. Let us keep it in a part of our head. In the 80s we have had the Babura crisis and the non-war after the meeting between Andreas Papandreou and Zal. At the same time, we have limited our presence within the territorial waters of 6 nautical miles, and the only active exploitation was Prinos and still is. In the 90s, we have had the EMEA crisis and the appearance of the theory of grey zones. From 2002 and afterwards, we didn't have such events. Truth be told, that gradually, given that we let time go by without having a major crisis, such as the incidents that have taken place in the previous decades, those grey zones, as a unilateral Turkish claims, has moved away from the Aegean in the Eastern Mediterranean, and has been formulated as a casus belli in case we would extend our territorial waters from the big National Assembly based on the ratification of the right of the sea, has been shifted from the Aegean to the Eastern Mediterranean. There is this asymmetry. Both countries in the Aegean have territorial waters of 6 nautical miles, while in the Mediterranean, Turkey has 12 nautical miles and Greece has 6 nautical miles with some exceptions. So there is an asymmetry that has been enlarged. Before reaching the impressive pre-electoral moratorium, we never had in the past such a strong, lasting moratorium. In the past, there was an exchange of documents addressed to the Secretary General of the United States with an invocation of the Lausanne Treaty and other arguments based on international law that have the form of mature pieces of judicial documents that are going to be led to the Security Council, if not to the Hague Tribunal, if we assume that the Security Council shall still be in operation after the Ukrainian war and the involvement of Russia in this strategic impasse. So the face of Erdogan can be translated in the following manner, that one day we shall head to the Security Council in order to exercise international pressure for some sort of dialogue. Given that we're talking about all this, and given that we have in mind the Greek-American partnership, which is in our terms fully linked to the Turkish threats, while the American party sees this as part of a global planning involving both Greece, Turkey and other countries in a specific approach. And our issues are just accessory to all this approach, and given that all we in the West, in Europe, what we truly wait for is for the American elections of November in 2024, having to do with the right of the West to exist from a strategic point of view. And we need to understand that the Greek-Turkish affairs are not going to be solved just in this way, in this oblique or indirect manner. We have Erdogan in face of us, who is going to keep on the same line, a line of regression, without breaking the extreme limits of the European identity of Turkey, without impacting and affecting the NATO identity of the country, but on the other hand, by invoking security issues, he's going to try to impose exceptions and divergences in Syria and Libya, Caucasus, relationships with Russia and relationships with other countries, either positive or negative, as is the case with Israel, Egypt, in order just to stay in our vicinity. So there is this limit, but without this element, he shall not have an integrated security policy. Let us examine the military part and branch with calmness. Of course, we need to have the Rafales, we need to have the submarines and all the other military equipment projects for the future. But a warm incident, what does it mean indeed? Does this mean we're going to be involved in a generalized war between two NATO member states on the territory of which there have been American facilities that have been provided from Incirlik to Alexandroupolis and from Stefanovicchio to the NATO headquarters in Zmini? Or does it mean that in the following day there shall be a diplomatic approach, so we need to have an elaborated and well-prepared diplomatic approach for which we need to be prepared? So in order not to tire you any further, if I have been very calm in the prospect of Erdogan being re-elected. I know that Turkey is devised on religious terms, principles terms, in such a way that Erdogan is able to express at least half of it. There are, of course, problems of democracy. Turkey is not a liberal democracy. Turkey is an electoral democracy which is not free, without any degree of freedom. But this is the selection that has been made by the Turkish people, so we shall keep on going with something we know with a certain continuity. It depends on us. Are we disposed, are we ready to take some initiatives that require consensus, that entail risks, both in Greek-Turkish affairs and in the Cypriot affairs? It is here that this issue needs to be discussed. As it is the case with Cyprus, the issue of Cyprus needs to be resolved in Cyprus, at least in the free part of Cyprus. This is my approach.
Αυτό το τραπέζι δεν θα διαφωνήσουμε και μάλιστα...
We won't disagree, and I would like to add to your analysis another element which is not taken into due consideration, the strengths of Greece, and Greece has a lot of strengths and it keeps on increasing them, and relations are not only based on the deterring the very, and let us also mention the very good level of the Greek armed forces, and there are also strengths regarding the position of Greece as a consistent member of the EU and of NATO. So perhaps we should in view of the elections, we should say all these. So we have to build, as Mr. Venizelos and Mr. Apostolakis said, we have to create a national strategy that is able to tackle an aggression at rhetorical but also at political level. So Greece has two advantages, and because we are always complaining in this country, we tend to underestimate them. First of all, compared to the 80s, with the 1980s, when you said let us have a dialogue with Turkey without moving from our points of view. So this what the New Democracy Party, the Karamanlis rally said, but the opposite side said this is a betrayal. But as the years passed by and as all the parties came to power, there is now there is an agreement. Of course, there are differences as to the tactical movements of one government or another, but as to the Greek-Turkish relations, there is a common denominator right now, and this is a conquest, a national conquest. So I do not accept that Turkey has a certain line towards Greece and Greece has no line to vis-a-vis Turkey. This does not mean that Turkey has disappeared from the map based on our line, but there is a minimum common denominator right now. Secondly, Greece, at military level, but also at political level, Greece has been reinforced over the past few years, and I have seen that also from the Ministry of Environment and Energy, because we had contacts with Israel, with Egypt, with Arab Emirates. We have signed agreements with Egypt, with Albania, regarding the exclusive economic area, the zone, that there is a reinforcement of our relations with Egypt, with the Arab United Emirates, and this has also been mentioned by Erdogan in different declarations, where he says that Greece is the favorite of Europe, whereas Turkey isn't. However, we must not underestimate all this. However, we shouldn't underestimate the strategic position of Turkey either, the importance of Turkey for a series of countries on the planet, and we shouldn't underestimate that Turkey may play its cards in such a way that it may reinforce itself in the end. Over the last few months, Turkey has not played its cards in the right way. That is, its relation with Egypt has weakened, and compared to the past, this is what happened to Turkey, and we cannot underestimate the strategy of Turkey and the culture of Turkey. Of course, I agree with Mr. Venizelos. We couldn't expect anything else if the opponent of Erdogan won. We had seen the Kemal supporters in parliament. I only have, I do not agree on the following point. Of course, we have witnessed Erdogan having a more modest position vis-à-vis Greece compared to the Kemal supporters, but since 2016, this has changed. After the what happened back then, a series of gestures on the part of Erdogan shows that his position has changed. Let me only mention his new position on Hagia Sophia. And the Turkish-Libyan memorandum of understanding is not a Turkish neglect on the part of Turkey vis-à-vis us. And let me also mention the invasion of migrants through the Evros River in March 2020, and this was very provocative, and I have to say that if we think about it very well, this has been the first victory of Greece on sides vis-à-vis Turkey compared to the past years. This was an answer at military level, but also at political level. Mr. Mitsotakis went to Evros with the President of the European Parliament and gave a reply to that. So we had a military and a political reply. If you think that the attempt of the migration flow in Evros River or can be compared to the EMEA situation, yes, but you compared. If you think that deterring migrants from entering Greece through Evros is comparable to what happened in the past. If it was comparable, then there would be the same consequences. That is, they would have sat under military pressure, and the Turkish-Greek dialogue would have been reinforced. These are not comparable events. I don't know how you have understood that as a government, but I do not think that they are comparable. Because I was with the government, we did not see that as a police incident. It was a much broader event, and our security forces were there, and it also had international dimensions. It could be a hybrid event. Yes, a hybrid is everything is hybrid. Even the public debt is hybrid. Hybrid may mean everything and nothing, to my mind. Unfortunately or fortunately, since 2016, dialogue has stopped. The dialogue has stopped because if we look at when the confidence-building measures stopped, they stopped in 2016, and I don't think that we have earned something from the organized efforts to discuss with them. And a lot of years have passed by. Yes, this is not a comparable event. It was not a military operation. It cannot be considered a victory, a military victory. It is clear. However, we need to have a deeper view, and our relations with Turkey have to leave the agenda that Erdogan sets every time. Our relations with the US must not be occasional. They must be strategic. They must have a prospect and a specific objective. And you asked something, Mr. Venizelos spoke about it, but there hasn't been any clear answer. The efforts that have been made also before the elections as to how the Turkish-Greek relations will proceed, and all these issues require a lot of attention. How can we do that without having clarified other issues? How can you speak about co-exploitation if you haven't defined what is of whom? If we haven't defined the exclusive economic zone, and Turkey has some objective difficulties, has some issues that Turkey presents as logical, we must not concede anything. This is the result after 2 wars. Some people were on the side of the winner, of those who won the war, and the others with the losers. The international law is on our side. International law, if the international law is on your side, you have to defend it, you have to support it. It is not something easy. We have to find a way so that all these issues are not issues that can be politically exploited by the parties. We shouldn't fight about them. We have other things to fight about, and every announcement we will make creates a precedent. So all of us have to see how we see that, because with the media, if not the international media the next day. So we have a long way to go as to the political parties are, as far as the political parties are concerned, for all these issues to acquire the importance they deserve. I will open the dialogue. In conclusion, based on what you said, let me say the following. Perhaps a specific change that could be made, which is not easy, is the following. It is different if we have an approach to collide, and it is different if we have an approach to find a solution. Over the past few months, Turkey has used the rhetoric aggression. The rhetoric aggression is a different approach than the aggression on the field. It is a kind of psychological war. We see that at communication level there is a systematic cultivation of communication war, which aims at showing off power, the possibility to intervene, etc. On our side, we have a more defensive policy. I don't mean to say that we should be aggressive, but we have to decide which is the rationale. We move so these are two different approaches, and they are different as to the public opinion and as to the organization of our defense. Who would like to answer?
There is a conception by some believing that politically and the Greek-Turkish problem is not going to be resolved by politics and diplomacy, and that we shall have a military encounter at a certain point in time. I've said previously that if we elaborate a theory of warm incident, we understand how things shall evolve. If we're talking about a Turkey, which is part of NATO and has a strong Western dimension, if we're envisaging a Turkey that has broken all reins, all brakes outside the Western framework, not subjected to any limit, well, our stance shall radically change. We become another nation geopolitically, which is called to face Turkey by becoming an advanced bastion of the West that needs to be transformed into a war society. This is a different approach that no one is understanding in Greece, because words are easy, but actions are hard, specifically when they entail cost. In order to be more specific, Turkey has addressed a letter to the United Nations since 2019 and says that I'm ready to talk with all countries of the Eastern Mediterranean regarding the delimitation of the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf, with the exception of the Cypriot democracy. We need to see our own responsibilities regarding what has taken place in Libya. This is the elephant. It is that it lays down before the United Nations the demilitarization of the islands, making a link between the demilitarization with sovereignty. I do not, the claim goes as follows, I do not question and challenge the Lausanne Treaty. I consider that the arrangement regarding the border are valid even if the Treaty of Lausanne is abolished, but they do not present an issue regarding the abolition of the Lausanne Treaty, but they over-invoke the Lausanne Treaty on the Straits, considering that this treaty is valid for Samos and Thermothraki instead of the Montreux Treaty, and says the following: I claim that the territorial sovereignty is recognized by the treaty, including demilitarization, so that I cannot recognize a territorial regime without demilitarization. And we have answered with our arguments pertaining to clusters of islands. The question is whether we discuss it in a certain forum or we do not discuss it in a forum, because this is also an option. But we could totally change the series, the order of things. 5 years ago, until the Grand Montana, we considered that we should begin from the Cypriot issue, and that we cannot see the Greek-Turkish affairs be cleared out if we do not have a clear solution in the Cypriot affair. Because at this time we could begin with the Greek-Turkish affairs, and we have a sole difference, the delimitation of the continental shelf. You know, paradoxically, we could persuade everybody to make the delimitation according to the law of the sea. This is an issue that needs to be subjected to consultation, dialogue, or to recourse to the court. So indeed we could head towards this direction. I mean to say that indeed in the last 3 months, if I'm not mistaken, there has been a moratorium that has functioned between Greece and Turkey. And if one wanted to be optimist, and I want to be such an optimist, we could hope that after the elections in the two countries there shall be, at the worst case, a moratorium, and in the best case, another climate, a positive climate, entailing a resolution of the problems, at least as we define them. Is this going to be the case? Nobody knows. The Admiral has just said that Turkey is obliged to look its own matters, to look in the interior. Of course, Turkey has a lot of reasons to look at the interior front, not only because of the earthquakes, but also due to the huge financial problems it is faced with. The Turkish pound has been devaluated by another 5%, and the situation does not seem to improve. So, Turkey has indeed reasons, grounded in common sense, to turn itself in the interior front. But, on the other hand, in the last years, it has shown that it wants to become a regional power, actively present in the whole area. We need to have this in mind. The answer to your question is that we want to have an approach where this is the stance adopted by Greece, trying for an improvement of the climate, but it takes two to tango, as the classical saying goes, and we need to monitor this very closely and be very alert on the issue of Turkey. Regarding how we should approach our relationship with Turkey is clear, and it has been heard in this panel by all the three of us. Allow me to stress the following. Every time we worry because of the tension with Turkey, every time we try to guess whether they're going to do something or not, our first defense is always, let's go and see how we're going to increase our military defenses. We need to strike a balance. Military expenditure, of course, needs to be taken seriously into account, but there needs to be a logic, a rationale. What kind of country are we? What are the missions of our armed forces? What is the risk? What do we need to safeguard? And what are our capabilities, financial capabilities, when we have a whole lot of issues to resolve? And on this front, things need to be thoroughly studied and analyzed as far as the military projects are concerned. I would say that we need to listen to the reports of the military staff, to attribute a lot of importance on what they require. And then the political decision, of course, is linked to balances, financial capabilities, etc., and whether we want or not to have these capabilities. We need to treat this with respect, both in terms of the country's safety and not to burden and to create hopes that go beyond the reality. I shall stop here. I'd like to thank you for being so calm in this discussion within a pre-electoral period. Nobody is asking to be crossed and elected, this is why. And we're going to repeat this discussion after the elections. Of course, the former president is not concerned by this discussion because he is now active in the meta-politics area. But taking stock of the attention showcased by the audience, I believe that this discussion should be conducted often. It is very useful, and let us meet after the elections. I wish the best of success to all those being present, and I thank you warmly for your attention. Let us now take a small break before reconvening here for the closure of our
έχουμε την τελευταία.
We're now beginning the last session of the seminar. And I thank you for staying until this late. The General Chief of Staff, General Floros, has notified us that he cannot make it due to some urgent matter he needs to attend to. But we are happy to have someone who is beyond a friend, a person symbolizing the relationship with NATO and the US, because he has been serving this cause for a long time now. How many decades? 4. For 4 decades he has been doing this. A lot of generations of young people, such as you, have been through the hands of our dearest friend, Mr. Theodosius Georgiou. In conferences, congresses, summer schools, seminars, meetings, both in Athens and in the whole of the Greek territory. Together with Mrs. Mitsakou, the Vice President of the association, we have 2 people of an exemplary dedication to a cause that has to do with the serving of a national project, of a project of a national importance. I'm very glad, and I believe Harris is also very glad with your presence. We're very happy that you, young men and women, are well aware of the Association for the Atlantic and European Cooperation. So I would like to give him the floor, and then, if you so wish, you may become member. You are more than welcome to become members of this association. Thank you, Theodosius, for your presence. I am really glad we have been able to honor the association in your person. Honor the association, dear Ino and dear Mr. Papasotiriou. I have been dealing with these matters on a voluntary basis. I have not been dealing with NATO. I have been dealing with the role of Greece in NATO, because NGOs have a big saying in the shaping of international organizations. So it was in 1954 that a confederation of Atlantic associations were formed. At the time, there was a network of Atlantic associations. What does that mean? It means that distinguished citizens, such as professors, military personnel, politicians, gathered and decided to inform the citizens and create a sort of dialogue on issues pertaining to the Transatlantic Alliance. I would like then to thank this. That is more than 30 years old now. I would like to thank this. The first professor who came to speak in our association was Mr. Papasotiriou, and he attended some seminars we set up and organized in Crete together with an American institution in a summer school. Somebody said that it's nice to discuss about the past, but what about the future? Well, you know, Mrs. Afedouli has worked in NATO for a long years. Mrs. Afedouli had already a big baggage, and I say this to the youngsters who are here to listen to what I have to say. We shall keep on eating and drinking. Mrs. Afedouli was a journalist in Kathimerini newspaper with studies abroad. When she went in the direction of international diplomacy, that was called at the time Information and Press Agency, she had already in her baggages the role of the journalist. and very swiftly she has been able to move and work. She had already published books. She came into contact with diplomats. Our discussion is not about myself. No, it's not about yourself, but I want to end somewhere. She has been able to move diplomatically, at the same time never violating her role as an international employee. I feel this and I wanted to say it. People ask me from various spaces, can you give me the telephone of Mrs. Afendouli? Is she going to tell me the truth? Of course she's going to tell you the truth. It's up on you, it depends on you. Let me say something else, addressing myself to the historic chairman. In this, it says Athens Security Forum here with the initiative of your foundation. Following your initiative, there is the Security Forum beginning in Athens. This is very important. A lot of cities began to organize, set up a security forum. We didn't have such a forum. I'm very glad that a university institution, an independent institution at the same time, and I shall always be on your side, providing you assistance on that. The role of INNO and the role of those seminars in this room, the role of INNO is dialogue. No democratic institution may survive if it doesn't have as a supporter the public opinion. The public opinion offers the added value needed in the actions of international organizations. The main issue of the conference has to do with the 71 years of Greek adhesions in NATO, Greek membership in NATO. As students are very well aware of, the entry of Greece took place at the same time with the entry of Turkey in the Plastiras government with Sophocles Venizelos as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we created at the time with INNO, when she was serving at the Public Diplomacy Directorate, we have created a video, not in 52. No, this was done in 22. So we organized a conference, and the Ambassador Zepos was present, and she spoke on behalf of the Greek side, and we spoke about the two parallel memberships taking place at the same time. Given I'm the oldest here, I have followed these celebrations for 40, 50, 60, 70, and I hope I shall be invited at the 80th anniversary. Of course we shall invite you. The important thing is that we have all those youngsters in the room. During the course of Greek membership in these 70 years, as you have heard by politicians and technocrats, there were a lot of problems that appeared, a lot of reflections, second thoughts that saw the day. And stereotypes have been created. And I mean to say to you young, something that happened to me. I was impregnated by those stereotypes, and I was surprised, positively surprised by this. 10 years ago, when we had the big European crisis, there was a conference taking place in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Mrs. Mitsakou had invited students from all university areas, has asked, well, if we had this crisis today with the financial problems, would you like us to go out, to get out of NATO or the EU? And 70% asked to get out of the EU, to our big surprise.
Την όλη ιστορία των... Τώρα θέλω να πω το εξής, ότι δυστυχώς δεν είναι παρόν.
Let me say the following. Unfortunately, General Floros is not present, who has contributed a lot as the previous chiefs of staff, and they have inspired citizens to trust the chiefs of staff. So there are a lot of things regarding security and defense that are comprehensible, and other things that we can't share with others. And in that case, trust, confidence is of the essence. And this trust, this word of trust has never been shaken. Because the Greek people have to believe in the armed forces as they are also politically expressed. So the ambassador spoke about the mutual defense cooperation agreement and picturesquely, but also he presented that, and our ambassador in the US also spoke about that. So this MDCA was validated by two Greek governments because thanks to the boldness of the bravery of the Greek government, not only the current one but also the previous one, and thanks to the armed forces. The long-term targets of this agreement, they include the establishment of the partnership, defense partnership between the two countries, and the establishment of our country as a factor of peace in the Balkans, and the promotion of its interests and the reinforcement of its defense. So this became a law of the state. The defense partnership of the two countries is a proof of the common targets that Greece and the US have from different points of view. This has already been explained in detail by the previous speakers. The upgrading of the harbor of Alexandroupolis, Stefanodiki, Volos, Souda, and Litochoro establish the security feeling in our country, and do not only serve U.S. interest but our Greek interest, the interest of our country. And this is of paramount importance. And if the chief was here, he would have explained the benefits from coming from the weapons agreement. This agreement is of multiple levels. What do I mean? It refers to different dimensions, not only the defense dimension. Of course, the chief would speak about the defense dimension, but it also touches the security, energy security, climate change, and it also relates. It also concerns the cooperation people to people, and representatives of universities came some time ago, and you have met them for a cooperation to go on with American universities. So with these words, let me thank once again. Let me thank this think tank, which is here in this very nice building of Plaka, and symbolizes, marks the continuity. And let me call upon the young people. You will find on a website all our activities. The union tries, the association, our association tries to renew itself. some people from the university, students from the university, had internship in our association, but we also have joined different programs. We have a road show as well. We go to different cities in Greece and we speak with the local leaders. We do not transfer any people from Athens. We speak with the local leaders. We were in Alexandroupoli, and the ex-minister, Mr. Gerontopoulos, came, and we will go to Alexandroupoli again, because Alexandroupoli plays and will continue to play a very important role for the security of our country. Thank you very much. And having said that, we can give the floor to the participants. No sound. Good afternoon. Katsikis Athanasios is my name. Most of you know me. And if you Google me, you can know more about me. Let me share my experience. Let me say something that the politicians did not speak about the following: how to integrate young people that are in this room in all these plans of diplomacy extension. We can see that in the US, young people help and in the shaping of the international scene. As to our NATO membership, I had seen an interview in the newspaper Kathimerini. General Petraeus has been in Afghanistan, and one of the phrases that General Petraeus had used is that he wanted to congratulate the Greeks that participated in the NATO operation of Afghanistan. One of them was General Kolokouris, who with his forces, Greek forces, participated in the fortifying works together with the American forces, and these missions took place in Afghanistan. Also, Petraeus participated in the ex-Yugoslavia. Greeks also participated in NATO operations in Somalia, but also in other areas in crisis. All these Greeks are not in the room. Many of them are not even in the army anymore. However, we have to congratulate them. Why? Because the role of Greece in NATO, through the projects that Greece had joined, were very important, because it encouraged the international scene to believe in the forces, in the power of the Greek diplomats and military. So a lot of congratulations, because we celebrate 70 years of NATO membership, and the Korea body in which Greeks participated went and participated in the armed conflict with China. Thank you very much. Let me add something, because you spoke about the military body that went to Korea. General Hippokratis Daskalakis, PhD candidates under my supervision. He did a PhD thesis on this.
Στο Αφγανιστάν, ο πατέρας του οποίου...
Off microphone. Let me also add that in Afghanistan, the medical unit of Greece played a very important role. There was a medical unit under the aegis of Greek officers at the airport, and there were Greek doctors, Greek physicians present there. And let me say that also in Bosnia and in Kosovo, the Greek forces played a very important role. In Bosnia, I was president of the international organization I spoke about, and I was very proud when they went there because they were in charge of transports, and our army was the army of transports. Thank you very much for staying till the very end. I do hope that you found our conference interesting, and we do hope you join us again in future. Thank you.